Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Patrick Hofeld, and this is a presentation of Harrah Swimming, brought to you by Squirtle TV. Today's meet is the legendary annual Harrah Invitational, where probably 24 teams from all around the state come to Harrah, Oklahoma to attend today's meet. As you can see on our screen here today, it's absolutely packed. This is, in fact, the biggest meet that Harrah does host. And in just under 7 minutes, we ought to be underway. No, I'm sorry, you can't. No.
You got the whole bleachers to yourself?
Unfortunately, I do. I apologize. I don't make the rules. They just ask me to enforce them. I'm sorry, you can't sit here. I do apologize.
Can I stand in front of you?
I'd really prefer you don't, because you're kind of blocking the pool. Yeah. I'm sorry. Huh?
I can sit down.
Well, they ask people not to sit because it shakes the camera. entire face is in the shot right now. But now you're not, so. I texted Coach Worth and I said, hey, can you make your I'm sorry, they're asking people to not. They're asking people to not sit here. It shakes the cameras, and then people at home can get dizzy and stuff. So, yeah. Yes, they are. I'm sure if you wanted to, you could. I mean, you have to sit with a bunch of high schoolers, but if you could. ought to be just fine. Yep. The issue is with these kind of bleachers, every little movement makes everything shake.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was just gonna...
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a small delay in getting underway here in Harrah, but hopefully whichever issue it is that we have, will be resolved swiftly, and the meet can start soon. We do apologize for the inconvenience. Thank you for watching. Excuse me, folks. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're just kind of blocking the camera. I do apologize. There we go. And here we are. The meet is just about to be underway here in Harrah, Oklahoma. This is Event 1, the girls' 200-yard medley relay. Heat 1. In Lane 2, Titans. Lane 3, Wildcats. And in Lane 4, I believe that's Guyman. Indeed, it is. And here we have it. The meet is underway. Starting for the Titans is Jessica Rowe. For the Wildcats, Abby Knows. And for Guyman, Sydney Landers. Taking the second leg will be, for the Titans, Dulce Owens. For the Wildcats, Natalie O'Hare. For Guyman, Laramie Long. And it does appear here that Carl Abbott has a significant lead in the breaststroke leg of the medley relay. Carl Albert maintains about a half a pool's distance lead here. Guyman is attempting to make a comeback here as they go into the final leg of the race. And with a time of 2:23.45, Carl Albert takes first place. Piedmont and Guyman are neck and neck. Looks like Piedmont takes second with 2:42.11, and Guyman will take third. Coming up is the second heat of the race. Altus will be in lane 2. The Harrah Panthers will be in lane 3. Choctaw will be in lane 4. And Edison will be in lane 5. And it doesn't appear that we have an Altus team swimming in the seat. And it appears that the Panthers are going to be first off the block here. Still neck and neck. Choctaw has taken the lead in the breaststroke. Edison and Harrah trailing close behind. It looks like Edison might have taken the lead here off the wall. And Edison will be off the block first, closely followed by Choctaw, and then Harrah right behind. Harrah catches back up to Choctaw on the butterfly, but Edison is getting about a quarter of the distance off the pool ahead. Harrah leads Choctaw by about a body length as Edison jumps off the block. Harrah sends their freestyler into the pool, followed by Choctaw. Edison has about an entire pool's length of a lead. And Edison finishes the race with a time of 2:16.30. And Harrah will finish with 2:27.65. Choctaw will finish with 2:31.92. And now for the third and final heat of Event 1. In Heat 1, Altus. Heat 2, Carl Albert. Heat 3, Shawnee, lane 4. Enid. Lane 5, Panthers, and lane 6, Fort Gibson. Looks like Shawnee has an early lead here. Harrah and Carl Albert are neck and neck. Fort Gibson is falling slightly behind. Altus keeping pace with Carl Albert. Off the block first is Shawnee. Enid and Harrah falling behind. Carl Albert and Altus all tied. Fort Gibson slightly behind. Shawnee will send their butterflyer into the water just over 1 minute into the race. Enid, Carl Albert, and Altus are all pretty well closely tied. On the leg of the butterfly, it appears that Enid has taken the lead over Harrah. Carl Albert and Harrah are tied pretty well. Altus closely following Enid. And before many of the other swimmers have reached the wall on their butterfly leg, Shawnee has already done half of the leg for the freestyle. Shawnee will finish with a time of just under 2 minutes. Enid will finish with a time of 2:05. Carl Albert and Altus are tied closely, and it looks like Carl Albert does beat out Altus. I do apologize for being in the camera. That's my bad. It looks like we are now up at Event 2. Heat 1. Lane 2, Titans. Lane 3, Guyman. Lane 4, Fort Gibson. No, I'm sorry.
You're not allowed to. I apologize. They don't want people sitting there. I apologize.
Looks like Guyman is having the lead here, followed by Fort Gibson, and then Carl Albert. Guyman is off the block first, followed by Carl Albert. No, I do apologize. That was Fort Gibson, and then Carl Albert just took the pool. Guyman swims their butterflyer into the water at 1:04:45. Followed by Fort Gibson. Guyman sends their I apologize, their freestyler into the water. Fort Gibson sends theirs. Guyman's off the wall on the final leg. Fort Gibson's off the wall, and now Carl Albert is off the wall. And Guyman will finish with a time of 2:03.87. Fort Gibson will finish with a time of 2:12. And Carl Albert will finish with the time of 2:17. And with that, we will bring up Heat 2 of Event 2. In Lane 2, Edison. Lane 3, Choctaw. Lane 4, Harrah. And Lane 5, Piedmont. Starting for the Panthers is Jace Jones. And for Piedmont, Cody Whiteneck. And they're off, ladies and gentlemen. Piedmont and Harrah both have really good starts. It looks like Harrah is going to be off the wall first. And with that flip turn there, Harrah takes a good lead. Harrah sends their breaststroker into the water. Harrah does maintain a significant lead of about 2 body lengths. And Harrah hits the wall with a time of 109.85 off of 2 legs. Looks like Piedmont may be closing in on Harrah. And Harrah sends their final leg into the pool, followed by Piedmont. Followed by Edison. And Harrah will finish with a time of 2:08.63. Piedmont will finish with a time of 2:17.13. And Edison will finish with a time of 2:24.37. And that will bring up Heat 3 of Event 2. In Lane 1, the Carl Albert Titans. In Lane 2, the Shawnee Wolves. In Lane 3, the Fort Gibson Tigers. Lane 4, Enid. Lane 5, Altus. And Lane 6, still Altus. All teams take the water. And with that, the race is underway. Taking an early lead is the Altus team. Off the wall first, however, it appears is going to be Fort Gibson. All teams are pretty well tied. Fort Gibson is off the wall first, followed by Carl Albert, followed by Shawnee. Carl Albert is working hard to catch up with Fort Gibson. Fort Gibson retains the first place off the wall. And now would you look at that, Altus is catching up. Indeed, Altus may even take the lead here. Altus is off the wall before Fort Gibson, followed by Carl Albert, followed by Altus' second team. Altus comes off the wall first. Closely followed by Fort Gibson. Altus sends their last leg into the water, followed very closely by Fort Gibson. Fort Gibson's making a comeback. And off the wall, it appears that Fort Gibson is taking the lead again. This is going to be a close one, folks. It's getting loud in here. Fort Gibson wins, 149-28, followed very closely by Altus at 149.61, less than half of a second. What a great race. And Enid will come in and they will finish. Enid will finish with the time of 2:11.85. And this will bring up event 3, the girls 200-yard freestyle. In heat 1, Addison Rouse from Fort Gibson. In lane 2, Dolce Owens from from Carl Albert. In lane 3, Aspen White from Fort Gibson. In lane 4, Sandra Schmidt from Choctaw. In lane 5, Jessica Rowe from Carl Albert. And the race is off. Now the 200-yard is 4 laps. This is not typically a race that swimmers will sprint. They typically like to go about 80% on this so that they can still maintain a good time, but not expend their entire energy. It looks like most all of the teams have an early lead or are tied. Choctaw is going to be behind by about a body length here. The rest of the teams will be tied for the most part. Halfway through the race, and all teams will remain tied for the most part. Both of the swimmers from Carl Albert are tied for the most part. Fort Gibson in lane 3 is pulling slightly ahead, and Fort Gibson in lane 1 is just slightly behind. Oh no, it appears that the girl from Fort Gibson in lane 3 believed that the race was over. They still have another 50 to go. With that, Carl Albert in lane 2 and Carl Albert in lane 5 will take the lead. And it appears that Miss Jessica Rowe from Carl Albert will win the heat with a time of 2:44.04. And that's going to bring up heat 2. In lane 1, Carl Albert. Lane 2, Carl Albert. Lane 3, Altus. Lane 4, Harrah. Lane 5, Piedmont. And lane 6, Fort Gibson. And the race has begun. All teams are pretty well evenly tied here. Off the wall first is Piedmont in lane 5. And indeed, she does have a decent lead of about half a body length. Piedmont in lane 5 is extending her lead as the race reaches its halfway points. Carl Albert in lane 2 is keeping pace here with Piedmont lane 5. Piedmont lane 5 is off the wall first, followed closely by Carl Albert in lane 2.
He's not bothering anything. Huh? I'm good.
With 50 more yards left to go, Piedmont lane 5 and Carl Albert lane 2 are pretty well tied, followed closely by Altus lane 3. And to begin the last leg of the race, Piedmont lane 1 comes off the wall first, but Carl Albert in lane 2 and Altus in lane 3 are closely following. And it appears that Carl Albert in lane 2 has taken a lead. And it looks like it's going to be a close one, but Piedmont takes the win with just about half a second before Carl Albert does. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will bring up Heat 3. In lane 1, Harrah Panthers. Lane 2, Carl Albert. Lane 3, Harrah Panthers. Lane 4, Enid. Lanes 5 and 6 will both be represented by Choctaw. The swimmers will take the blocks. And the race is underway here. All swimmers seem to be pretty evenly matched, with Harrah in lane 1 and Choctaw in lane 6 falling about half a body length behind. Off the wall first, it appears, will be Enid in lane 4, followed closely by Harrah in lane 5, and Harrah in lane 5 appears to be taking the lead here. Lanes 3 and 4 are neck and neck. Enid is off the wall first. We are nearing the halfway point of the race. Piedmont is off the wall with a 1:07, a respectable time. And indeed, you have to give everyone who swims this race a lot of credit, as it is the second longest race that is swam. Piedmont is off the wall first, having a significant lead of about 25 yards. Piedmont's lead is shorter now, maybe about 13 yards. However, it looks like they will take the win here. And indeed, she does. In place 1, in lane 4, with a time of 2:21:22. The next contender up will probably be Carl Albert in lane 2, followed by Harrah in lane 3. And then Choctaw in lane 4, and Harrah in lane 5. Thank you. And with that, I believe we have reached Heat 4. This will be the final heat. In lane 1, Carl Albert. Lane 2, Edison. Lane 3, Shawnee. Lane 4, Enid. Lane 5, Altus. And lane 6, Shawnee. And the meet here, this race is underway. Enid taking an early lead. Shawnee, side neck and neck. No one is really lagging too far behind here in the first 25. In lane 3, Shawnee had a time of 26 seconds. That's going to put them on a pace of under 1 minute per 100. Which, for context, for those of you watching, if you don't know, is remarkably difficult and very impressive, especially to sustain for 200 yards. And indeed, Shawnee in lane 1 makes the first 100 under 1 minute. For reference, a lot of boys at the regional meets will not swim below 1 minute in a 100-yard freestyle. That is very impressive on Shawnee's part. And here they have the lead far and away. Enid is close, but they're about 13 yards behind. And here we may be looking at a time of just about 2 minutes. With a time of 1:55.91, shaving 3 seconds off their previous time. Piper McNeil from Shawnee will take the lead, followed by Enid in lane 4. Altus in lane 5. Edison in lane 2. And then Shawnee and Carl Albert in lanes 6 and 1 respectively. And that will bring up event 4, the boys, 200-yard freestyle. In lane 1, we have Guyman. Lane 2, 3, 4, and lanes 2, 3, and 4, Carl Albert. Lane 5, Edison, and lane 6, Carl Albert. There will be 4 heats of event 4. And here, the race is underway. In lane 1, it appears that Gavin Martinez, will be off the wall first, and he has a decent lead here, maybe about half a body length. Carl Albert in lane 2 will be off the wall second. Guyman still has the lead in lane 1, followed closely by Carl Albert in lane 2. Gavin Martinez will retain the lead. And indeed, he comes off the wall in the first place one more time. Carl Alberts in lane 2 and 3, following. Looks like Edison over in lane 5 has taken the lead before Carl Albert in lane 3. And it appears that Mr. Martinez from Guyman will take the lead here and most likely to win, and he does with a time of 2:17.94. Followed by Carl Albert in lane 2 with a time of 2:22.43. And with that, we will bring up Heat 2 of Event 4. In Lane 1, Luke Steele of Fort Gibson. Lane 2, Carl Albert. Lane 3, Choctaw. Lane 4, Carl Albert. Lane 5, Carl Albert. Lane 6, Enid. And with that, the meet here is underway once again. Taking an early lead off the wall is Enid in lane 6, followed closely by Carl Abbott in lane 5. Once again, Enid in lane 6 is retaining the lead, followed closely by Carl Abbott in lane 5. Enid in lane 6 comes off the wall first. Carl Abbott in lane 5 follows closely. The other 4 swimmers are pretty well tied. And Enid in lane 1 comes off the wall first. It appears that Enid in lane 1 thought the race was over, and he lost his lead to Carl Abbott in lane 2. He sat there for a good solid 7 seconds or so. It appears that Aiden Burke of Carl Abbott will likely win this heat. I apologize. That's going to be Maddox Bartlett who wins the heat, followed closely by Cal L. Hooper from Enid. And that's going to bring up heat 3. In lane 1, Carl Abbott. Lane 2, Fort Gibson. Lane 3, Altus. Lane 4, Shawnee. Lane 5, Harrah. And lane 6, Enid. The swimmers will take the block. And with that, the race is underway. Looks like the swimmers in lanes 2 through 5 are all pretty well tied here. Harrah, swimmer in lane 5, falls behind by about half a body length. The swimmers in lanes 2 through 4 are still pretty well tied, but it appears that I apologize, that's not Carl Abbott, that's going to be Fort Gibson. Colin Martin is taking the lead here. And Martin is off the wall first, followed closely by swimmers from Shawnee and I believe that's Piedmont. No, I do apologize, that's Altus and Shawnee. Altus is wearing about 3 different colors of caps this morning, so something to be on the lookout for. Martin retains his lead going into the final leg. And he is off the wall for his final 25. Followed by Altus, and then followed by Shawnee. And it does appear that the swimmer from Altus has lost his cap as well. And with a time of 2:05:20, Colin Martin from Fort Gibson will win the heat. And that's going to bring up heat 4. In lane 1 will be Altus. In lane 2 will also be Altus. In lane 3, Shawnee. Lane 4, Carl Albert. Lane 5, Altus. And lane 6, Fort Gibson. The swimmers will take the blocks. And the race is underway. Lanes 3 and 4 have a small lead here. It appears that everybody is still pretty well equally tied. It does appear that Thurman Lee from Shawnee has the lead here now off the wall. However, over in lane 1, George Soka from Altus is also keeping a pretty good pace. Gentleman from Shawnee in lane 3 retains a good lead, and he's off the wall again. Did his first half of the race in 56 seconds and 56.31 seconds. Everyone here seems to be pretty evenly tied except for the gentleman from Shawnee, who appears to have about a 13-yard lead now. And he's going to be off the wall right about 1 minute and 42 seconds. And his time that he's trying to beat is 1:53. It doesn't look like he's going to beat that today. However, he's going to be about 3 seconds behind it, and that is still admirable. He swam 100 yards twice, both under 1 minute, and that is pretty astonishing. If you're doing that towards the beginning of the season, by the time that state rolls around in February, you're going to have some really remarkable times. Now, Shawnee is a lone 6A school here among 5A schools, so they will have a different state competition than everybody else here. However, that's still a respectable time. And with that, that's going to bring up Event 5, the girls' 200-yard IM. The IM is the individual medley. And of course, we started the race with the medley relay, where 4 swimmers swam 50 yards of each stroke. Now 1 swimmer will swim 50 yards of each stroke, equaling 200 yards in total. In lane 1, I do apologize, that's actually lane 2 of heat 1, will be Fort Gibson. Lane 3 will be Edison, and lane 4 will be Harrah. And the race here is underway. Edison has a slight lead above Fort Gibson. Harrah comes off the wall slightly behind the other 2 swimmers. Here as they transition from fly to backstroke, Edison has a lead, followed by neck and neck Harrah and Fort Gibson. It appears that Harrah is going to take a lead over Fort Gibson here. Edison still has about a whole body length of a lead. Now these turns here on the IM are very technical. They can be difficult to do if not done well. Looks like Madeline Slama from Harrah is catching up to Edison over in lane 2. I apologize, that's actually lane 3. Fort Gibson in lane 2 is falling ever so slightly behind. Now if you notice there on that backstroke turn, they have to find the wall and then they have to do a small somersault forward. So there's always a little bit of confusion. Oh, am I at the wall yet? And you have to reach back there and it can be a little bit difficult. Harrah seems to be catching up to Edison here on the breaststroke. Edison is off the wall first, but Harrah is making it a closer race. Fort Gibson in lane 2 is falling behind. Edison will come off the wall first, followed closely by Harrah. On the last 25, Edison does a flip turn before Harrah. But Harrah has a good flip turn and is making it a close race. And with a time of 2:49.57, Edison takes the win, followed closely by Harrah with a 2:51.90. Coming in third place will be Fort Gibson with a time of 3:02.30. That's going to bring up Heat 2. In lane 2, Choctaw. Lane 3, Edison. Lane 4, Altus. And lane 5, Carl Alberts. And the race is underway here. It appears that Altus will come off the wall with an early lead in lane 3. Altus in lane 3 will retain the lead, followed by Altus in lane 4, who is tied closely with Carl Albert in lane 5. Altus in lane 3 is off the wall. Altus in lane 4 is off the wall. Carl Albert in lane 5 is off the wall. Choctaw in lane 2 is also off the wall now. Altus in lane 3 appears to have a nice lead. Altus in lane 3 has a significant lead of about 25 yards, followed by Altus in lane 4, Carl Albert in lane 5, and then Choctaw in lane 2. And Altus in lane 3 will take the win in the heat with a time of 2:45.65. Altus in lane 4 and Carl Albert in lane 5 are very close. And indeed, Altus in lane 4 takes the second place with 3:06 flat, followed by Carl Albert with a time of, maybe the touchpad didn't register, 3:16.02. And then in lane 2, and then in, lane 2, 3:20.18. That's going to bring up the final heat here, heat 3. In lane 1, Carl Albert. Lanes 2 and 3, Shawnee. Lane 4, Carl Albert. Lane 5, Harrah. And lane 6, Enid. And this race is underway. Appears that Shawnee over in lane 3 has the lead, followed by perhaps Harrah in lane 5. Shawnee in lane 2. Harrah in lane 5 and Enid in lane 6 are all pretty well tied. Carl Albert in lanes 3 and 1, 4 and 1, are both tied pretty well. Off the wall, Shawnee in lane 3 has a large lead, while Harrah and Shawnee in lanes 5 and 2 respectively remain pretty well tied. Enid in lane 6 leads Carl Albert in lanes 1 and 4. Shawnee, lane 3, comes off the wall. A time of 1:04 flat across the first 100. Harrah in lane 5 and Shawnee in lane 2 seem to be decently well tied, but Shawnee in lane 2 is taking a lead. Shawnee in lane 3 is about half a pool's length ahead of everybody else. Shawnee in lane 2 is catching up to Shawnee in lane 3. Harrah in lane 5 is tied with Enid in lane 6. Carl Albert in lane 4 and Carl Albert in lane 1 are both still tied behind Harrah and Enid. Off the wall, Harrah and Enid are tied. The two Shawnee teams have a remarkable lead here. Shawnee in lane 3 is going to take the win here, finishing at the same time as Carl Albert in lane 1 finishes the third leg of the race. 2:21.63 is the time. 2:27.99 will be the times respectively for 3 and 2. Enid over in lane 6 will finish with a time of 2:37.03, followed by Harrah with a time of 2:41.45. And with that, we're going to bring up two heats of Event 6, the boys 200 IM. In lane 1, we will have Dylan Garcia from Carl Albert, Jace Jones from Harrah Panthers, Charlie Finch from Altus, Matthew Fernandez from Choctaw, and Dalton Ross from Fort Gibson. Oh no. I dropped my paper here. that has all my information on it. And the race is underway. It appears that Fort Gibson in lane 5 and Carl Albert in lane 1 are pretty well tied here. And it appears that we may have had a scratch in lane 4. Fort Gibson in lane 5, off the wall before Carl Albert in lane 1. Enid and Harrah appeared to be pretty well evenly tied over in lanes 2 and 3. Fort Gibson's off the wall before Carl Albert. Fort Gibson maintains their lead. Appears that Carl Albert might have had an issue with the flip turn over there on the breaststroke. I apologize, it's technically an open turn, not a flip turn. Fort Gibson's off the wall, followed by Carl Albert, followed by Harrah, followed by Altus. Fort Gibson will hit the wall just over 2 minutes into the race. Coming up on the final leg here. And Dalton Ross will finish the race with a time of 2:19.22, giving the Fort Gibson Tigers the win in the heat. And that's going to bring up Heat 2 of Event 6. In Lane 1, Altus. Lane 2, Shawnee. Lane 3, Carl Albert. Lane 4, Shawnee. Lane 5, Altus. And Lane 6, Carl Albert. And with that, the race here is underway. All swimmers are pretty evenly tied here. Appears that Altus in lane 4 is the first off the wall, gaining a small lead over the swimmers behind him. Altus is off the wall first, followed by Carl Albert. And here we're starting to see some separation. Enid is off the wall first, followed by Carl Albert, followed by Shawnee, followed by Altus, followed by Altus, followed by Enid. Shawnee over here in lane 4 still has the lead. He'll come off the wall with a time of 1:38.24 going into the last leg. Followed by Carl Albert in lane 3, Shawnee in lane 2, and Altus in lane 1. And Ethan Aller from Shawnee will shave 3 seconds off his previous best. And with that, we're going to bring up Event 7, of which there are 9 heats. Event 7 is the girls' 50-yard freestyle. You may be thinking 9 heats sounds like a lot, which, to be fair, it kind of is. However, the 50-yard freestyle is the shortest race, so this will go by relatively quickly. In lane 2, Guyman. In lanes 3 and 4, Piedmont. And they're off. It appears that Guyman over in lane 2 is going to have a decent lead over the 2 girls from Piedmont here. And Guyman does take the win in the heat with a time of 32.61. Heat 2. Lane 1, Piedmont. Lane 2, Carl Albert. Lane 3, Piedmont. Lane 4, Guyman. And lane 5, Harrah. And the race is off. The swimmers appear to be pretty evenly matched here. Carl Albert over in lane 2 is taking a decent lead. And they come off the wall here. And Carl Albert in lane 2 will take the win here at the time of 39.78. Heat 3 coming up. Lane 1, Piedmont. Lane 2, Carl Albert. Lane 3, Choctaw. Lane 4, Carl Albert. Lanes 5 and 6, Piedmont. You're right. Imagine you just cut the internet to the entire stream. Imagine if you cut the internet to the entire stream.
That's a personal move for you.
And the race is underway here. It appears that Piedmont in lane 5 has the lead here. And she will be off the wall first. And Piedmont in lane 5 did take the win there. That's going to bring up heat 4. Lane 1, Carl Albert. Lane 2, Guyman. Lane 3, Harrah. Lane 4, Piedmont. Lane 5, Enid. And lane 6, Guyman. And with that, the race is up and away. It looks like Enid is going to be off the wall first. No correction, Guyman. Lane 2 is off the wall first, followed closely by Enid in lane 5. And Guyman in lane 2 will take the win with a time of 30:62. And with that, that's going to bring up heat 5. Lane 1, Choctaw. Lane 2, Choctaw. Lane 3, Enid. Lane 4, Carl Albert. Lane 5, Choctaw. And lane 6, Harrah. And the race is off. Looks like here Midwest City in lane 4 has the lead. Looks like Enid in lane 3 took the lead. And Enid will win the heat with a time of 37:78. A 2-second drop from her previous best. It's going to bring up heat 6. In lane 1, Carl Albert. Lane 2, Harrah. Lane 3, Choctaw. Lane 4, Harrah. And lane 5, Enid. Lane 6, Shawnee. Does appear we have a scratch in lane 3. And the race is off. All swimmers are pretty well evenly matched, but it looks like Harrah over in lane 2 is going to have the advantage here. They're coming off the wall. And maybe Harrah in lane 4 has taken the lead. And with that, Harrah in lane 4 takes the win with a time of 34:66. That's going to bring up heat 7. In lane 1, Fort Gibson. Lane 2, Fort Gibson. Lane 3, Carl Albert. Lane 4, Shawnee. Lane 5, Fort Gibson. And lane 6, Carl Albert. And the race is off. It appears that Carl Albert in lane 6 might have an advantage here. And Carl Albert in lane 6 is going to take the win at a time of 30:34. And that's going to bring up Heat 8. In lane 1, Harrah, lane 2, Carl Albert, lane 3, Altus, lane 4, Choctaw, lane 5, Altus, and lane 6, Harrah. Swimmers take the blocks. And the race has begun. No clear leader yet. Off the wall first, it appears, over in lane 2 is Carl Albert. However, it does appear that everybody is still pretty well evenly matched. Altus in lane 3 may be taking an advantage. Let's see who they're going to give the win here. According to the timing system, Altus in lane 3 came in first. However, in lane 2, Carl Albert followed by less than half a second. In lane 5 was less than 2.2 seconds there. Very close race. Now here we go. That's going to bring up Heat 9 of 9. In lane 1, Harrah. Lane 2, Shawnee. Lane 3, Enid. Lane 4, Enid. Lane 5, Carl Albert. And lane 6, Fort Gibson. And with that, the swimmers are on the block. And the swimmers are away. Looks like there's a scratch in lanes 1 and 3. Carl Albert in lane 5 appears to have a slight lead. However, I do believe that over in lane 2, Shawnee was off the wall first. This is going to be another close one here. And in lane 2, Shawnee takes the win with a time of 26:71. And with that, that's going to bring up the 8th event of the afternoon, the boys 50-yard freestyle. In Heat 1, lane 2, Piedmont, lane 3, Piedmont, and lane 4, Tulsa Memorial. The swimmers take the block. And they are away. It appears that over in lane 2, Altus is going to have the lead. And indeed, they do win the heat with the time of 31:42. That's going to bring up the second heat here. In lane 1, Choctaw, lane 2, Piedmont, lane 3, Carl Albert, lanes 4 and 5, Edison. And the race is off. It appears that over in lane 4, Shawnee is going to, I apologize, Edison is going to have a slight advantage, and he doesn't have goggles on his face. It looks like they fell off. He is still swimming with everything he has, and I can't respect that. And it looks like in lane 1, Piedmont is going to take the win with a time of 29:10. Good race, gentlemen. That's going to bring up the third heat of the event. In lane 1, the Carl Albert Titans. In lane 2, Guyman. Lane 3, Carl Albert. Lane 4, Carl Albert. Lane 5, Carl Albert. And lane 6, Guyman. It appears that there's taking a minute to fix one of the touch pads there. The swimmers take the blocks. And with that, the race is off. It does appear that Carl Albert in lane 2 has the advantage here. And they're off the wall. No, that's actually Guyman. And with a time of 26:25, Guyman will take the win in this heat. And with that, that's going to bring up the fourth heat of the event. In lane 1 will be Carl Albert, lane 2 Choctaw, lane 3 Enid, lane 4 Edison, lane 5 Piedmont, and lane 6 Carl Albert. And the race is away. Enid over in lane 3 comes out of the water first. Off the wall first, however, is over in lane 1 from Carl Albert. Carl Albert in lane 6 is closely following Carl Albert in lane 1. It appears that one of those two gentlemen will win, and Carl Albert lane 1 takes the win with a time of 28:36. That's going to bring up heat 5. In lane 1, Carl Albert. Lane 2, Piedmont. Lane 3, Carl Albert. Lane 4, Guyman. Lane 5, Enid. And lane 6, Carl Albert. And the race is away. No clear winner, no clear leader here just yet, but it does appear that maybe over in lane 2, Piedmont is pulling ahead. This is going to be another close one. And lane 2 wins with a time of 31:09. That's going to bring up the 6th heat here. In lane 1 and 2, Choctaw. Lane 3, Shawnee. Lanes 4 and 5, Fort Gibson. And lane 6, Guyman. And the swimmers are away. Looks like down here in lane 6, Gage Gomez will be taking the lead. And a significant one at that. Good grief, he just swam with 25. That was remarkable. Lane 6, Guyman won his heat by about 10 seconds. So that's going to bring up heat 7 here. In lane 1, Enid. Lane 2, Carl Albert. Lane 3, Shawnee. Lane 4, Enid. Lane 5, Carl Albert. And lane 6, Enid. And the race is off and away. Lane 3, Altus appears to have a lead here. And they're off the wall. I do apologize in lane 3. That's actually Shawnee, not Enid. In lane 3, Shawnee will win it with a time of 27:44. Which will bring up heat 8. In lane 1, Harrah Panthers. Lane 2, Carl Albert. Lane 3, Altus. Lane 4, Carl Albert. Lane 5, Shawnee. In lane 6, Harrah. And the race is away. It looks like an Altus Bulldog over in lane 3 will have a lead here. This is going to be another one of those close races. And in lane 4, Carl Albert beats out the gentleman from Altus for a time of 26:34. For reference, this person who came in second place was only 0.4 seconds behind. I apologize, it's 0.04 seconds behind. Very, very close here. And that's going to bring up heat 9. In lane 1, Altus. Lane 2 and 3, Choctaw. Lane 4 and 5, Fort Gibson. And lane 5, 6, actually, lane 6, Altus. I do apologize, I can't really see what's going on right here. But it appears that Fort Gibson in lane 3 is pulling ahead. And indeed, Fort Gibson in lane 4 wins with a time of 23:69. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we will be taking a small break. I'm not entirely sure. That's typically what we do. We're awaiting word now. Yes, I believe we are taking a 10-minute break here. So tune back in about 10 minutes.
Support your school's booster club and get your business in front of thousands of potential customers. Talk about a win-win. Advertising packages start on this streaming station for less than $10 a game. Call 405-726-0835 or email adam@squirtle.com right now for more information.
Ortho Plus is an orthopedic urgent care. If you go to a regular emergency room, you're going to be evaluated by somebody who does everything. With orthopedic urgent care and with Keith Holloman, you're getting an orthopedic trained physician assistant.
I am tech.
I am tech.
I am tech.
I am tech. We are tech.
The way you used to access healthcare previously, I think that's kind of out of date. I think Ortho Plus and Calvin were trying to get patients access to him and then have the assurance that you'll be referred to the right people. That's why I think the partnership is so good.
Dr. Matt Dieselhorst at Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics can help you get game day ready. Dr. Dieselhorst works with athletes of all ages, taking a coordinated approach to accelerate return to play and maximize athletic performance. His work with pros in sports training, injury prevention, bracing, functional rehabilitation, and imaging works seamlessly with his medical and surgical expertise. Get started by going to Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics. Let Dr. Matt Dieselhorst get you back on the field, backing all Oklahoma athletes on the field and off.
Stream like the pros with Squirtle Live. Find out more at squirtle.com/stream.
At Maples Nixon Diesel Horse, we've helped a lot of people, and our goal was to treat each and every person like a friend. And as a friend, we've got your back always. We understand what you're going through. Being lawyers is what we do, but it's not all that we are. We care. We'll stand beside you throughout the entire legal process, not just as lawyers, but as your friends. We are Maples Nixon Diesel Horse, and we are here to help.
Versatile Networks can handle all of your school or business technology and wiring needs. Expanding into a new building or office space? We would love to give you a free quote for your network wiring. Are your computers outdated? Are your servers slow? Is your network underperforming? Is your wireless network weak? Let Versatile Networks come in and assess the situation and get you back up and running the way you should be. Call Versatile Networks today at 405-217-0267 or visit versatilenetworks.com for more information.
Allegiant Marketing Group produces inbound lead generation for our clients through integrated traditional and digital campaigns. We continuously develop new strategies, tactics, and productive efficiencies so you can reach your target market and get a measurable return on investment. This fast-paced world demands for your products and services to be presented at the moment your buyers need them. Targeted and innovative marketing creates your success. Call AMG today, your marketing partner.
Support your school's booster club and get your business in front of thousands of potential customers. Talk about a win-win. Advertising packages start on this streaming station for less than $10 a game. Call 405-726-0835 or email adam@squirtle.com right now for more information.
Ortho Plus is an orthopedic urgent care. If you go to a regular emergency room, you're going to be evaluated by somebody who does everything. With orthopedic urgent care and with Keith Holloman, you're getting an orthopedic trained physician assistant.
tech.
I am tech.
I am tech.
I am tech. We are tech.
The way you used to access healthcare previously, I think that's kind of out of date. I think Ortho Plus and Calvin were trying to get patients access to him and then have the assurance that you'll be referred to the right people. That's why I think the partnership is so good.
Dr. Matt Dieselhorst at Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics can help you get game day ready. Dr. Dieselhorst works with athletes of all ages, taking a coordinated approach to accelerate return to play and maximize athletic performance. His work with pros in sports training, injury prevention, bracing, functional rehabilitation, and imaging works seamlessly with his medical and surgical expertise. Get started by going to Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics. Let Dr. Matt Dieselhorst get you back on the field, backing all Oklahoma athletes on the field and off.
Stream like the pros with Squirtle Live. Find out more at squirtle.com/stream.
At Maples Nixon Dieselhorst, we've helped a lot of people, and our goal was to treat each and every person like a friend. And as a friend, we've got your back always. We understand what you're going through. Being lawyers is what we do, but it's not all that we are. We care. We'll stand beside you throughout the entire legal process, not just as lawyers, but as your friends. We are Maples Nixon Dieselhorst, and we are here to help.
Versatile Networks can handle all of your school or business technology and wiring needs. Expanding into a new building or office space? We would love to give you a free quote for your network wiring. Are your computers outdated? Are your servers slow? Is your network underperforming? Is your wireless network weak? Let Versatile Networks come in and assess the situation and get you back up and running the way you should be. Call Versatile Networks today at 405-217-0267 or visit versatilenetworks.com for more information.
Allegiant Marketing Group produces inbound lead generation for our clients through integrated traditional and digital campaigns. We continuously develop new strategies, tactics, and productive efficiencies so you can reach your target market and get a measurable return on investment. This fast-paced world demands for your products and services to be presented at the moment your buyers need them. Targeted and innovative marketing creates your success. Call AMG today, your marketing partner.
Support your school's booster club and get your business in front of thousands of potential customers. Talk about a win-win. Advertising packages start on this streaming station for less than $10 a game. Call 405-726-0835 or email adam@squirtle.com right now for more information.
Ortho Plus is an orthopedic urgent care. If you go to a regular emergency room, you're going to be evaluated by somebody who does everything. With orthopedic urgent care and with Keith Holloman, you're getting an orthopedic trained physician assistant.
I am tech.
I am tech.
I am tech.
I am tech. We are tech.
The way you used to access healthcare previously, I think that's kind of out of date. I think Ortho Plus and Calvin, we're trying to get patients access to him and then have the assurance that you'll be referred to the right people. That's why I think the partnership is so good.
Dr. Matt Dieselhorst at Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics can help you get game day ready. Dr. Dieselhorst works with athletes of all ages, taking a coordinated approach to accelerate return to play and maximize athletic performance. His work with pros in sports training, injury prevention, bracing, functional rehabilitation, and imaging works seamlessly with his medical and surgical expertise. Get started by going to Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics. Let Dr. Matt Dieselhorst get you back on the field, backing all Oklahoma athletes on the field and off.
Stream like the pros with Squirtle Live. Find out more at squirtle.com/stream.
At Maples Nixon Diesel Horse, we've helped a lot of people, and our goal was to treat each and every person like a friend. And as a friend, we've got your back always. We understand what you're going through. Being lawyers is what we do, but it's not all that we are. We care. We'll stand beside you throughout the entire legal process, not just as lawyers, but as your friends. We are Maples Nixon Diesel Horse, and we are here to help.
Versatile Networks can handle all of your school or business technology and wiring needs. Expanding into a new building or office space? We would love to give you a free quote for your network wiring. Are your computers outdated? Are your servers slow? Is your network underperforming? Is your wireless network weak? Let Versatile Networks come in and assess the situation and get you back up and running the way you should be. Call Versatile Networks today at 405-217-0267 or visit versatilenetworks.com for more information.
Allegiant Marketing Group produces inbound lead generation for our clients through integrated traditional and digital campaigns. We continuously develop new strategies, tactics, and productive efficiencies so you can reach your target market and get a measurable return on investment. This fast-paced world demands for your products and services to be presented at the moment your buyers need them. Targeted and innovative marketing creates your success. Call AMG today, your marketing partner.
Support your school's booster club and get your business in front of thousands of potential customers. Talk about a win-win. Advertising packages start on this streaming station for less than $10 a game. Call 405-726-0835 or email adam@squirtle.com right now for more information.
Ortho Plus is an orthopedic urgent care. If you go to a regular emergency room, you're going to be evaluated by somebody who does everything. With orthopedic urgent care and with Keith Holloman, you're getting an orthopedic trained physician assistant.
I am Tech.
I am Tech.
I am Tech.
I am Tech. We are Tech.
The way you used to access healthcare previously, I think that's kind of out of date. I think Ortho Plus and Calvin, we're trying to get patients access to him and then have the assurance that you'll be referred to the right people. That's why I think the partnership is so good.
Dr. Matt Dieselhorst at Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics can help you get game day ready. Dr. Dieselhorst works with athletes of all ages, taking a coordinated approach to accelerate return to play and maximize athletic performance. His work with pros in sports training, injury prevention, bracing, functional rehabilitation, and imaging work seamlessly with his medical and surgical expertise. Get started by going to Dieselhorse Sports and Orthopedics. Let Dr. Matt Dieselhorse get you back on the field, backing all Oklahoma athletes on the field and off.
Stream like the pros with Squirtle Live. Find out more at squirtle.com/stream.
At Maples Nixon Diesel Horse, we've helped a lot of people, and our goal was to treat each and every person like a friend. And as a friend, we've got your back always. We understand what you're going through. Being lawyers is what we do, but it's not all that we are. We care. We'll stand beside you throughout the entire legal process, not just as lawyers, but as your friends. We are Maples Nixon Diesel Horse, and we are here to help.
Versatile Networks can handle all of your school or business technology and wiring needs. Expanding into a new building or office space? We would love to give you a free quote for your network wiring. Are your computers outdated? Are your servers slow? Is your network underperforming? Is your wireless network weak? Let Versatile Networks come in and assess the situation and get you back up and running the way you should be. Call Versatile Networks today at 405-217-0267 or visit versatilenetworks.com for more information.
Allegiant Marketing Group produces inbound lead generation for our clients through integrated traditional and digital campaigns. We continuously develop new strategies, tactics, and productive efficiencies so you can reach your target market and get a measurable return on investment. This fast-paced world demands for your products and services to be presented at the moment your buyers need them. Targeted and innovative marketing creates your success. Call AMG today, your marketing partner.
Support your school's booster club and get your business in front of thousands of potential customers. Talk about a win-win. Advertising packages start on this streaming station for less than $10 a game. Call 405-726-0835 or email adam@squirtle.com right now for more information.
Ortho Plus is an orthopedic urgent care. If you go to a regular emergency room, you're going to be evaluated by somebody who does everything. With orthopedic urgent care and with Keith Holloman, you're getting an orthopedic trained physician assistant.
I am Tech.
I am Tech.
I am Tech.
I am Tech. We are Tech.
The way you used to access healthcare previously, I think that's kind of out of date. I think Ortho Plus and Calvin were trying to get patients access to him and then have the assurance that you'll be referred to the right people. That's why I think the partnership is so good.
Dr. Matt Dieselhorst at Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics can help you get game day ready. Dr. Dieselhorst works with athletes of all ages, taking a coordinated approach to accelerate return to play and maximize athletic performance. His work with pros in sports training, injury prevention, bracing, functional rehabilitation, and imaging works seamlessly with his medical and surgical expertise. Get started by going to Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics. Let Dr. Matt Dieselhorst get you back on the field, backing all Oklahoma athletes on the field and off.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back here at the Gwenna Dixon Aquatic Center at Harrah High School in beautiful Harrah, Oklahoma. We will be getting underway with Event 9 here shortly. That will be the girls' 100-yard butterfly. We're going to go ahead and do a quick score update for the top 3 in each category. For the boys, Altus is leading with 155 points, followed by Fort Gibson with 126, followed by Carl Albert with 117. On the girls' side, Shawnee has 131 points, Carl Albert has 127, and Enid has 98. And those will be your score updates here from Harrah High School at the Harrah Invitational, brought to you by Squirrel TV. No, I sent Talon to talk on my hook for me. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, the timers are being called back to the timing station. And the meet will be back underway here shortly. And the swimmers are taking the block. In Heat 2, Fort Gibson. Heat 3, Harrah. And in Lane 4, we have Choctaw. Hey, they really don't want people sitting here. I don't care too much, just be super careful because this cable is the internet, so. And the swimmers take the block. And they are off. Over in lane 2, Fort Gibson is leading. Harrah has taken the lead at the flip turn. Harrah comes off the wall first. Followed closely by Fort Gibson, and then Choctaw. Now, if I had to estimate, I'd say that this race right here, the 100-yard butterfly, is probably the third hardest race that these kids do. I'd say the first hardest is probably the 500-yard freestyle, followed closely by the 200-yard medley, and then the 100-yard breaststroke. Not breaststroke, butterfly. I do apologize. Butterfly is just remarkably taxing on someone's shoulders. It looks like Harrah won with a time. Actually, I can't see the time. Fort Gibson came in second place with a time of 1:32.08. And that's going to bring up the second heat here. In lane 1, Carl Albert. Lane 2, Altus. Lane 3, Harrah. Lane 4, Fort Gibson. And lane 5, Harrah. And the race is off. It appears that over in lane 4, Phoebe Colbert of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma, appears to be in the lead. However, off the turn, Kiera Johannes from Altus has taken a lead here. And indeed, on the last leg, Altus in lane 2 will be about half a body length ahead of everybody else. Altus in lane 2 is stalling out. It looks like Harrah in lane 4 has won the heat with a time of 1:21.18. And that was Madeline Slama, who did chase some time off her previous best. And now that will bring up heat 3. In lane 1, Carl Albert. Lane 2, Shawnee. Lane 3, Edison. Lanes 4 and 5, Shawnee. And lane 6, Carl Albert. And the swimmers will take the blocks. And the race has begun. Looks like Shawnee in lane 4 has an early lead. Shawnee in lane 4 will retain that lead going into the second leg. Off the wall, it appears the 3 Shawnee teams have a decent lead. Shawnee in lane 4 leading Shawnee in lanes 2 and 3. Apologize, lanes 3 and 5, but also lanes 2. And coming off the wall here, Shawnee in lane 4 is on track to have a very good time. And indeed, Grayson Simpson from Shawnee shaves about a second off of her previous record. And that's going to bring us to event 10, the boys 100-yard butterfly. In the first heat, we have Piedmont in lane 2. In lane 3, Carl Albert in lane 4, Piedmont again. You're literally the best. You're like my favorite human. Thank you. What a G. Thank you so much. I owe you one. And the race is underway. Looks like we do have a scratch. And we have a swimmer from Carl Albert in lane 3 and a swimmer from Piedmont in lane 4. Swimmer from Carl Albert takes the wall first. But right now they are neck and neck. Coming off the wall, they are still neck and neck. And right about here is where it starts to get hard. The swimmer from Carl Albert takes the wall first. And with a time of 1:14.92, the swimmer from Carl Albert will win this heat. And that was Jackson Lawrence. And Jackson actually shaved 11 seconds off of his previous best. Good swim, Jackson. And with that, we're going to move into Heat 2. In lane 1, Carl Albert. Lane 2, Altus. Lane 3, Carl Albert. Lane 4, Fort Gibson. Lane 5, Carl Albert. And lane 6, Fort Gibson. The swimmers have taken the blocks. And the race is away. There's no clear leader here just yet. In the second leg, it appears that Midwest City from lane 3 is taking the lead. Now, technically, the heat sheet is going to say that lane 3 is Carl Albert. However, they are the same school district, even though they are different high schools, and they are competing under the same team name for the purposes of this here meet. I do believe that Carl Albert competes as 5A. However, Midwest City will compete as 6A. But for the purposes of this meet, they are 1. And here we have it, folks. Coming into the last leg, it appears that the gentleman from Carl Albert will finish with a time of 1:02.48. Absolutely spectacular there. His previous best was 1:12. Good grief, what a drop. Very well done, gentlemen. Bringing up Heat 3, in lane 1, Enid. Lane 2, Tulsa Memorial. Lane 3, Shawnee. And lanes 4 through 6 will be filled with swimmers from Altus, Oklahoma. Talon brought me taco mayo. The swimmers have taken the blocks and they've taken their marks, and the race is off. Altus over in lane 4 seems to have a lead here, and he is off the wall. Halfway through, the time of 25:43. Altus in lane 4 still remains in first place. In lane 4 for Altus today is Bain Canyon. And he's going to finish sub 1 minute with a time of 55:80. That's a 4-second drop from his previous best. Great swim, Bain. And that's going to bring us into our official halfway point, starting the 6th of our 11 events. Technically, event 11 of 22. The girls' 100-yard freestyle. In lane 2, Carl Albert. Lane 3, Harrah Panthers. And in lane 4, Enid. And the race is away. Carl Albert and Enid seem to be pretty well tied. Coming off the wall, Enid appears to have a slight lead here. Through the first leg, Enid does come off the wall first. Enid retains the lead, followed closely by Carl Albert. Harrah is about half a pool length behind. And with a time of 1 minute, 15.21 seconds, Enid will win the heat, followed by Carl Albert. And that's going to set us up for heat 2. And lane 1 will be Carl Albert, lane 2, Piedmont, lane 3, Harrah, lane 4, Piedmont, and lane 5, Carl Albert. The race is up. They've taken their marks, and they are gone. Taking an early lead is Carl Albert in lane 5. Good half a body length ahead of everybody else. Going into the turn, it appears that over in lane 3, a freshman from the Panthers has lost her goggles. Carl Albert, lane 5, extends the lead. Coming off the wall strong. Carl Albert in lane 1 is not too far behind. Carl Albert's in lane 1 and 5 are pretty well neck and neck. Piedmont in lane 2 is making a comeback. Appears it's going to be a close race between those three. And now the winner is going to be Carl Albert in lane 5. The time of 1:34.02, followed by Carl Albert in lane 2, 1:35.06. And then Piedmont in lane 2, 1:37.13. And that's going to set us up for heat 3. In lanes 1 through 3 and lane 6, Guyman. In lanes 4 and 5, Carl Albert and Shawnee. Now, the way these swim meets work are, it doesn't really matter who wins the heat. What matters is who has the fastest time. And so the top few people in each event that have the fastest time are the ones who will receive points. And so the person who is the fastest will get about 15 points, I believe. The person who is second fastest will get 12, and so on and so forth. And so if you're in the top 10 fastest, you will be probably scoring points for your team. And so that is about how the scoring system works. And then the heats are divided from slowest to fastest. And so most of your point scoring are going to be in the last heat. Coming off the block here, over in lane 1, Guyman has a good lead. Guyman in lane 2 is keeping pace. Guyman lanes 1 and 2, neck and neck. Followed closely by Piedmont in lane 4. I do apologize, that's Carl Albert, not Piedmont. Looks like Guyman in lane 1 is going to take the win with 108.98, followed closely by Guyman in lane 2. 109.97, just about a second's difference there. And with that, we will be brought around to heat 4 of 8 here. Lanes 1 and 2. Piedmont, lane 3, Panthers, lane 4 and 5, Piedmont, and lane 6, the Carl Albert Titans. And the race is off. It looks like perhaps Piedmont in lane 5 is going to have the early lead here. Piedmont in lane 5 still has the lead here, going into the second half of the race. Now Piedmont in lane 1 is also keeping pace with Piedmont in lane 5. Piedmont in lane 1 has lost their goggles. And they will be off the wall. It appears that Piedmont in lane 1 is taking the lead. And it appears that Piedmont lane 1 is taking the win. 117.77. Piedmont lane 5, 118.83. That's going to bring up the next round. In lane 1 will be Choctaw, lane 2, Fort Gibson, lane 3, Tulsa Memorial, lane 4, Carl Albert, lane 5, Enid, and lane 6, Carl Albert. And the race is off. Looks like perhaps Carl Albert in lane 4 is going to have the lead here. Carl Albert lane 4 retains the lead going into the second half of the race. With a time of 109.81, Carl Albert in lane 4 will win it. And that's going to bring up heat 6 of 8. In lane 1 will be Altus, lane 2, Harrah, lane 3, Altus, lane 4, Fort Gibson, lane 5, Enid, and lane 6, Fort Gibson. They've taken their marks, and the race is off. It appears that perhaps Carl Albert in lane 3 has the lead. I do apologize, that's actually Fort Gibson. Fort Gibson in lane 4. Coming off the wall here, Fort Gibson in lane 4 seems to be retaining the lead. And with a time of 109.61, Fort Gibson in lane 1 will win the heat. And that'll take us into heat 7 of 8. The first two lanes will have Harrah Panthers, lane 3, Shawnee, lane 4, Fort Gibson, lane 5, Choctaw, and lane 6, Panthers. And the race is off. All swimmers are pretty well evenly matched. Off the wall first will likely be Fort Gibson in lane 4. Stretching a small lead, maintains Fort Gibson in lane 4. And indeed, she will be off the wall first. 30 seconds, 0.66 into the race. And they'll be off once again. Coming into the wall here And just barely squeaking out a win. With a time of 105.39 for Gibson in lane 4, Altus in lane 3, 106.06. That's going to bring up the 8th and final heat of this race. In lane 1, Harrah. Lane 2, Carl Albert. Lane 3, Shawnee. Lane 4, Edison. Lane 5, Altus. And lane 6, Carl Albert. And the racers are off. Shawnee over in lane 3 has an early lead ahead of Carl Albert in lane 2. Lanes 4 through 6 are neck and neck and neck. They're off the wall again. In lane 3, a time of 26.66. Evil Webb from Shawnee retains the lead there. Her previous best was a 54.63. And she will swim a 57.26 here. Not her personal best, but still pretty darn fast. And that's going to bring up event 12, the boys 100-yard freestyle. In lane 2, Guyman. Lane 3, Carl Albert. And in lane 4, Edison. And the race is off. Taking the lead off the wall is, well, it's really hard to tell. I'd say probably over in lane 5, Carl Albert. All these racers seem to be pretty well neck and neck. And the first one will come off the wall with a time of 30.42. On pace to swim out just over 1 minute. Carl Albert in lane 5 does have the lead here. And he is off the wall once again. Coming into the final leg. And he will finish with a time of 102.83. Good swim, gentlemen. Heat 2 approaching. In lane 2, Shawnee. Lane 3, Carl Albert. Lane 4, Tulsa Memorial. And lane 5, Enid. And the swimmers take to the blocks. And the racers are off. Looks to be taking an early lead is Shawnee over in lane 2. Off the wall for the first one. Off the wall again. He hit the wall at about 29 seconds. That means he's going to be coming in for right at about 1 minute here. Crosses mid-pool at 55 seconds or so. And he will win with a time of 1:02.75 over in lane 2. That's going to bring up another heat. Titans in lane 1, Edison in lane 2, Titans in lane 3, Choctaw lane 4, Carl Albert lane 5, and Guyman in lane 6. The swimmers have taken to the blocks. And boom goes the dynamite. The race is underway. Off the wall first is Carl Albert in lane 3. Piedmont in lane 6, keeping pace with, no, I do apologize, that's Guyman over in lane 6, off the wall first. Guyman in lane 6 maintains the lead, and he's coming back into the wall. He's going to win with a time of 1:01.46, followed by Carl Albert in lane 3 with a time of 1:04.03. That's going to take us into yet another heat. In lanes 1 and 2, Carl Albert lane 3, Choctaw lane 4, Enid lane 5, Carl Albert in lane 6, Enid. Have you taken the blocks? And the race is underway. Taking the lead here will be Carl Albert in lane 5. And he is off the wall first. Completing the first half of the race before everybody else is Carl Albert in lane 5 with a time of 32:17. Carl Albert in lane 5 maintains his lead, followed closely by another swimmer from Carl Albert in lane 1. And it appears that Carl Albert in lane 1 came in second, Carl Albert in lane 5 came in first. That's going to bring up the 5th heat. In lanes 1 and 2, Fort Gibson. Lane 3, Carl Albert. Lane 4, Harrah. Lanes 5 and 6, Carl Albert. And the race is underway. No real clear leader here just yet until we get off the wall, I don't think. And coming off the wall first is going to be Carl Albert over in lane 3. And he's going to start maintaining a lead there. And he has widened his gap. And he's going to start heading towards the wall in the final leg. It appears that Carl Albert over to lane 3 is going to finish with a time of 58:43. That is an 11-second drop from his previous best. Good swim. Now that's going to bring up heat 6 of 7. In lane 1, Harrah. Lane 2, Altus. Lane 3, Choctaw. Lane 4, Fort Gibson. Lane 5, Panthers. And in lane 6, Fort Gibson. The swimmers on the blocks. And yet another race is underway here. Appears that Fort Gibson in lane 3 has the lead, hitting the wall at 27.87. They'll probably come in at just under a minute. Hits the other wall at 42. He's going strong, carrying his momentum all the way through. He's going to finish with a time of 55.90. And that's going to bring up the final heat of this race. Choctaw will be in lane 1. Shawnee, lane 2. Carl Albert, lane 3. Altus will occupy lanes 4 and 5. And Enid will be in lane 6. This ought to be the fastest heat of this race. I expect to see times in the mid to low 50s. All teams coming out seem to be evenly matched. Off the wall first will likely be Altus in lane 4, it appears. And indeed, he comes out just slightly ahead of his peers. This is going to be a close one, folks. Appears that these swimmers are neck and neck and neck and neck and neck and neck, because there are 6 of them. Carl Albert over in lane 3 seems to have overtaken Altus in lane 4. And he comes off the wall first. It's going to be a close one, folks. Most swimmers cross mid-pool before the 50-second mark. And with a time of 55.83, Carl Albert in lane 3 will win. And now, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to bring up the girls' 500-yard freestyle, event 13. This is the longest race of the day. For reference, this is 10 yards down and back, or 5 times what the people before us just did. In lane 1, Edison. Lane 2, Carl Albert. And in lane 3, Harrah Panthers. And the race is underway. Coming into the last leg here of the race. And it looks like over in lane 2. Maya Vivar from Edison will win with a time of 7:11:41. Coming into second place will be Harrah in lane 4 with a time of 7:55:29. Carl Albert in lane 3 will be the final swimmer in the race. Now bringing up heat 2. The first 2 in the 4th lane will be occupied by the Harrah Panthers. Lane 3 will be occupied by the Piedmont Wildcats, and lane 5 will be occupied by the Carl Albert Titans here. Carl Albert will finish with a time of 8:30:34. And thus begins the second heat of this race. Looks like they're doing some last-minute adjustment in the lanes. The swimmers have taken the block. And the race is underway. And with that, we are coming into the last leg of the race. It appears that Harrah over in lane 4 and Edison over in lane 2 are just about neck and neck for the win here. And it looks like Harrah in lane 4 is going to win with a time of 7:27.73. And Harrah over in lane 2 with a time of 7:27.88 will come in second place. And with that, we will move into Heat 3. In lane 1, Carl Ebert. Lane 2, Shawnee. Lane 3, Altus. Lane 4, Enid. Lane 5, Shawnee. Lane 6, Enid. And the race is underway. And it appears that we are coming into the final leg of the race here. And taking the win will be Altus in lane 3 with a time of 5:49.43. Coming in second place will be lane 4, Enid, with a time of 5:50.19. And that will take us into the boys' 500-yard freestyle. In Heat 1, Lane 1, Edison. Lane 2, Piedmont. Lane 3, Edison. Lane 4, Titans. Lane 5, Enid. And once again, we are approaching the last leg of this race. It looks like over in lane 2, Altus will likely take the win here. No, I do apologize. They're coming into their penultimate lap. Whereas Carl Alberts in lane... No, I'm sorry, that is Enid. Enid's in lane 5 and 3, respectively, will be in the first 2 places. And so now we're going to start to set up for Heat 2. In lane 1 will be Carl Albert, lane 2 Altus, lane 3 Fort Gibson, lane 4 Harrah, lane 5 Shawnee, and lane 6 Carl Albert. Yep. And it looks like we are coming into the penultimate lap of this race here. And finishing in first place will be, it appears, Matthew Swaberg from Shawnee. No, I do apologize. That is Rains Watson from Harrah. And then this will bring up the third and final heat here of the 500-yard freestyle. In lane 1, we will have Altus, lane 2, Fort Gibson, lane 3, Shawnee, lane 4, the Carl Albert Titans, and lane 5 and 6, the Altus Bulldogs. Yep. No, this is heat 2. And here we have the third and final heat of the boys 500 freestyle. In relevant Oklahoma news, the Oklahoma State Cowboys have kicked off against West Virginia in Morgantown, West Virginia.
I'd prefer you don't, sorry.
And with those bells, we know we are in the next to last lap here in this race. And it looks like Fort Gibson over in lane 2 came in second place, and Shawnee in lane 3 came in first place. And with that, we will move into some relays. Event 15. Event 15 will be the girls' 200-yard freestyle relay. In lane 2 will be Fort Gibson, in lane 3 will be Enid, and in lane 4 will be Piedmont. And the relays are underway. Here we just have two teams competing. There was a scratch in lane 4. Looks like Fort Gibson is coming out ahead of Enid. And it appears that Enid and Fort Gibson will be neck and neck going into the next to last leg of this race. It appears that Fort Gibson has taken a lead here. And with a time of 2:17:59, Fort Gibson will win this heat. Up next will be Heat 2. In lane 1, Edison. Lane 2, Guyman. Lane 3, Harrah. Lane 4, Fort Gibson. Lane 5, Piedmont, and lane 6, Carl Albert. And the race is underway here. And it looks like over in lane 1, Edison has a decent lead here. Going into the next leg, it appears that Edison will retain the lead. And Edison still has a pretty decent lead. And as the race begins to wind down here, it's going to appear that Edison is still going to be pretty well far out ahead. And indeed, Edison is going to win the heat with a time of 1:58.67, followed closely by Carl Albert, 2:06.02. 2:06.02. Followed by Fort Gibson, 2:06.41. That's going to bring up the third heat here. In lane 1 will be the Harrah Panthers. In lane 2, the Carl Albert Titans. Lane 3, the Shawnee Wolves. Lane 4, Enid. Lane 5, Choctaw. And lane 6, Altus. The swimmers have taken the blocks. And the race here is underway. Pretty evenly matched here, no clear front runners just yet. It looks like Enid pulled ahead right there in lane 4. And Enid comes into the second leg with a pretty great lead. Looks like they trailed by about a body length by Shawnee there. Enid comes off the wall well, extends their lead. And Enid is well into the water well before anybody else. And I wouldn't be shocked if we have Enid running a sub 2-minute time here. Enid hits the final turn. And they're across the midway point. And with a time of 1:51.64, Enid came very close to their previous record. And that's going to bring up event 16, the boys 200-yard freestyle relay. In lane 2, we're going to have the Carl Albert Titans. Lane 3, Guyman, and lane 4, Fort Gibson. And the race is off. Guyman has a nice lead here. And they come off the wall. Guyman maintains the lead, followed by Carl Albert. Fort Gibson lags well behind the other two. Carl Albert is fighting with everything they have to catch up to Guyman. And indeed, the gap is closing. And Guyman leaves the block. And with that, Guyman will win with a time of 1:47.90. Followed closely by Carl Albert with a time of 1:52.75. Game day update with 5 minutes and 19 seconds left to go. The Oklahoma State Cowboys trail the West Virginia Mountaineers 3-0 in the first quarter. And that's going to bring up the second heat here of event 16, the boys 200-yard freestyle relay. Heat 2 will include Edison in lane 2, Fort Gibson in lane 3, Harrah in lane 4, and Piedmont in lane 5. It appears we may have an injured swimmer in the pool. Or perhaps he just couldn't, maybe he dropped something and couldn't find it. And the race is on. All three crews coming out strong here. evenly matched. Coming off the wall first, however, appears to be Fort Gibson over in lane 3. It appears that Piedmont took the water simultaneously with Fort Gibson. Fort Gibson retains the lead here. Fort Gibson appears to be about half a pool's length ahead of Harrah there. And the last leg of Fort Gibson's time hits the water about 1 minute and 21 seconds into the race. They will almost definitely swim sub 2 minutes here. And with an impressive time of 1:45.98, Fort Gibson will win this heat. And that's going to set us up for Heat 3. In Lane 1, we'll have Choctaw. Lane 2, Altus. Lane 3, Enid. Lane 4, Carl Albert. Lane 5, Shawnee. And Lane 6, Altus. And the race is on, ladies and gentlemen. It appears that Carl Albert is leading in lane 4. And Carl Albert hits the water slightly before everybody else. Carl Albert still has the lead, but Altus over in lane 2 is coming for him. Carl Albert hits the water, followed by Altus, followed by Altus. Coming into the penultimate lap here, Carl Albert makes the jump first, followed by Altus, and followed by the other Altus team. Altus is catching up. Carl Albert's off the wall first. But Altus is ahead. It's going to be another one. It's going to be another close one, folks. And with the time of 1:40.85, the Altus Bulldogs have beaten the Carl Albert Titans by less than a third of a second. Good race, gentlemen. And that's going to take us into event 17, the girls' 100-yard backstroke. There's going to be 5 heats of this. In lane 2, Carl Albert. Lane 3, Panthers. And in lane 4, Choctaw. And the race is underway here. This is going to bring up heat 2. In lanes 1 and 2, Choctaw. Lane 3, Harrah. Lane 4, Choctaw. In lane 5, Piedmont. And the race is off. Next up, we're going to have Heat 3. In lane 1 will be Fort Gibson. Lane 2, Altus. Lane 3, Harrah. Lane 4, Fort Gibson. Lane 5, Harrah. And lane 6, Fort Gibson. And this next heat is underway. That's going to bring up the next heat here. And lane 1 is going to be Altus, lane 2, Carl Albert, lane 3, Altus, lane 4, Enid, lane 5, Harrah, and lane 6, Fort Gibson. And with that, that's going to bring us to Heat 5. In lanes 1 and 2, Carl Albert, lane 3, Shawnee, lane 4, Enid, lane 5, Harrah, and lane 6, Shawnee. And that's going to bring us to the next event, event 18, the boys 100-yard backstroke. First 3 lanes will be occupied by Carl Abbott. It will have Guyman, Piedmont, and Edison. There will be 4 heats of this event. For Heat 2 of the boys 100-yard backstroke. In lane 1 will be Enid, lane 2 Shawnee, lane 3 Enid, lane 4 Harrah, lane 5 Guyman, and lane 6 Edison. Bringing up Heat 3. In lane 1, Altus. Lane 2, Shawnee. Lane 3, Harrah. Lane 4, Fort Gibson. Lane 5, Altus. And lane 6, Enid. And with that, we're going to bring up the fourth and final heat here in event 18. In lane 1 will be Altus, lane 2, Choctaw, lane 3, Fort Gibson, lane 4, Shawnee, lane 5, Carl Albert, and lane 6, Enid. And with that, we're going to move to event 19, the girls' 100-yard breaststroke. In the first heat will be Guyman in lane 2, Piedmont in lane 3, and Choctaw in lane 4. And with that, we're going to start moving towards the second heat here. That's going to be Piedmont in lane 1. I apologize. We're going towards the third heat. It's going to be Guyman in lane 1, Harrah lane 2, Enid lane 3, Fort Gibson lane 4, Edison lane 5, and Harrah lane 6. And Heat 3 is underway. And that's going to bring up the next heat right here. So Altus will be in lane 1. Choctaw will be in lane 2. Harrah will be in lane 3. Shawnee will be in lane 4. Tulsa Memorial lane 5. And Choctaw again in lane 6. And in the final heat of the girls' 100-yard breaststroke, we'll have the Panthers in lane 1, Carl Albert in lane 2, Shawnee in lane 3, Carl Albert in lane 4, Shawnee in lane 5, and Altus in lane 6. This is going to bring up heat 5. And this is going to bring up event 20, the boys 100-yard breaststroke. In the first heat, we're going to have Edison in lane 2, Piedmont in lane 3, and Guyman in lane 4. Next up, we're going to have Heat 2. In lane 1, Guyman. Lane 2, Piedmont. Lane 3, 4, and 5 will be Choctaw. No, I do apologize. Lane 4 will be Guyman, not Choctaw. Lanes 3 and 5 will be Choctaw. And yet another heat is underway. For the next heat in lane 1, we're going to have Shawnee, lane 2, Fort Gibson, lane 3, Enid, lane 4 and 5, Fort Gibson, and lane 6, Piedmont. In the next heat, we're going to have Carl Albert in lane 1, Fort Gibson in lane 2, Shawnee in lane 3, Carl Albert in lane 4, Harrah lane 5, and Edison lane 6. In the heat after this, the final heat, we will have Shawnee in lane 1, Carl Albert in lane 2, Altus in lanes 3 through 5, and Tulsa Memorial in lane 6. And then we're going to move into the last two events of the day, the boys and girls 400-yard relay. And with that, we're going to start out with the 400-yard girls free relay. In Heat 2, in Heat 1, Lane 2, Carl Albert. Lane 3, Harrah. And Lane 4, Enid. Next up will be Heat 2 of the finals. In Lane 1 for Gibson. Lane 2, Carl Albert. Lane 3, Shawnee. Lane 4, Altus. Lane 5, Choctaw. And Lane 6 will be Harrah. And coming up next is going to be the event 22, the boys 400 freestyle relay. In Heat 1, Lane 2 will have Altus, Lane 3, Harrah, and Lane 4, Carl Albert. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the final heat of the meet. Heat 2 of the boys 400 freestyle yard relay. In lane 1, we'll have Fort Gibson. Lane 2, we'll have Shawnee. Lane 3, we're going to have Enid. Lane 4, we'll have Altus. And in lane 5, we'll have Carl Albert. And in lane 6, we'll have Choctaw. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will just be about wrapping up this meet. Thank you for watching this presentation of Harrah Swimming, live from the Gwinnett-Dixon Aquatic Center on Squirtle TV.